Oh, good evening, everybody. We are tracking severe weather in the Midwest here. Currently, two tornado warnings, one near Davenport, the other one to the northeast near Morrison, Sterling, and near Dixon as well. We did have another tornado warning just a little bit ago that was up in Wisconsin. That has since expired. However, we do have quite a few severe thunderstorm warnings currently out there. Currently 6 of those at the moment. And those are mostly for hail and wind of 60-mile-an-hour winds. Take a look at the two tornado warnings that we currently have going on right now. We'll take a look at the one down here by Hillsdale, Illinois, that is. And that storm is actually pretty much falling apart as we speak. Let's take a look here. Not seeing a whole lot right now in the form of rotation. In fact, it's pretty much fallen apart, but if we put a motion on, we can see there was rotation at one point. And no longer there. As I said, that storm has pretty much fallen apart. We can see it's now to the north of Hillsdale. Our other tornado warning that we are currently watching near Sterling, this one is more prevalent and more importantly is radar indicated. There is definitely a good hook echo here. And if we take a look at our velocity, very broad rotation currently. Nothing too tight with the rotation as of right now. There was earlier. And like I mentioned, there was a tornado warning up here in Wisconsin, which was going through Elkhorn just a little bit ago. Now it's to the north of Elkhorn near Troy and heading up towards McWanago, Waterford, Big Bend. This storm does have a history of rotation as well as very intense hail and winds. As of right now, 1 inch in diameter hail, excuse me, and 60-mile-an-hour winds. That severe thunderstorm warning currently expires in 25 minutes. Currently not seeing a whole lot of rotation on that, but we have seen it come and go. So definitely, if you are in that area, keep an eye on this storm. It is still definitely a healthy storm. Seeing another little kink right there just to the south of Potter Lake, just north of Hilburn. Anytime we see these little kinks, we definitely want to keep an eye on them. Possibly some broad rotation right there just to the south of Potter Lake. So again, currently not tornado warned. However, we have seen rotation with that storm. And that actually started all the way down by Beloit and has slowly been moving its way to the northeast. Again, taking a look down here towards our other two tornado warnings near, now LeClaire, to the east of Davenport. Yeah, not seeing anything there right now. Again, that storm has pretty much dissipated and moved out of the area. Put a track on that, and we can see that that storm did move through and to the north, and is just about out of our warned area. The other tornado warning that we are watching right now is up near Sterling. Definitely still have a little bit of a hook here. Taking a look at our velocity, just very broad rotation, nothing tight right now. Again, this is a radar indicated tornado warning with hail of 1 3/4 inch at this moment. So definitely seek shelter if you are in this tornado warning. This could turn into a tight rotation at any time. Anytime you're underneath a tornado warning, definitely seek shelter. Again, we do have several severe thunderstorm warnings right now. Currently, we have 6 along this line that is currently forming from Milwaukee all the way through Davenport and actually all the way down to Kansas City. We'll take a look at our other radar here where we can see that whole line. It's not quite to Kansas City yet, but we can see it is building down. And this is all due to a low pressure system and cold front that is sliding through. It's actually quite strong. It's moving east, southeast for our cold front. So we got quite a while with these storms as they've been building this evening as they continue to push east. Eventually they'll be making their way into the Chicago area, South Bend area, Kalamazoo area. So for those that are out in front of this line, definitely encourage you to be vigilant. This line has been building throughout the evening. And I think this is really just the start. But every time these storms have initiated, we have been seeing rotation. So again, taking a look here at our 2 different tornado warnings. We'll zoom into those once again, get a closer view of those. And actually, let's start with the one down here by LeClaire. Again, that storm has pretty much moved out of the warned area. Not seeing anything right now to be too concerned of. Do believe that the National Weather Service is going to allow that tornado warning to go ahead and most likely expire. It's due to be expired in 6 minutes. So you may still be hearing those sirens going off if you are in that area. But once again, not seeing any tight rotation at the moment. We are relatively close to the radar within reason. So if there is any rotation, it might be above our radar beam. We're not able to see it right now. But again, when I look at our reflectivity, we can get a better understanding of where the storm is. And again, it is to the north of Hillsdale. In fact, there's a new scan. And just about almost all of that storm is out of the warned area. We'll keep an eye on that in case it regenerates, which can happen. Taking a look back up, going towards our other tornado warning near Sterling, just to the north of Sterling. This storm is also moving northeast. Taking a look here at our velocity scan. Not seeing any tight rotation at the moment. Am seeing some broad rotation. So if you are near Sterling, let's get a little tighter here and see what else we got here. Palmyra, you are not in the tornado warning currently. However, you are near it. Penrose. Again, Sterling, Rock Falls. Nelson. Nelson, you're not in the warning currently. However, this is moving towards you. Do still see a little bit of a hook with this storm. So again, we do want to keep an eye on this at any time it could tighten up. So just to recap, again, we currently have 1 tornado warning now that is active. The other one, as I mentioned, was going to be allowed to expire, and it did. Taking a look here, our 1 tornado warning is just to the north of Sterling, Penrose, and just got a new radar scan here. That storm is now just to the east of Penrose. Prairieville, I think is how you pronounce that. Storm is just to your north. And taking a look at our velocity scale, see if we have anything. Nope, still broad rotation. I'm starting to keep an eye on this storm over here by Daysville, Illinois, Carthage, Illinois, uh, Chana, I think is how you pronounce that, Illinois. Am starting to see some broad rotation. And to be honest with you, I was seeing that in the reflectivity. I was starting to see a little bit of a kink in that storm right here. Definitely has a good hail core. This is currently severe warned for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. So we will be keeping an eye on that severe thunderstorm warning there, with that storm possibly producing a tornado. Going back up to our storm that we had up here in Wisconsin, let's take a look at our velocity, see if we are seeing any rotation. Seeing some broad rotation right now. Nothing too much to be concerned of. Definitely getting some strong winds with this storm. Definitely some good hail as well. If we take a look here, we definitely have some hail cores throughout this whole line for this storm near Troy, Abell's Corners, just to the south of Delvin Lake. All of you are probably seeing some hail. Again, that is up to 1 inch in diameter, if not a little bit more. So definitely keep an eye on that storm for sure. And that tornado warning that we had just a moment ago down by Sterling has now been allowed to expire. I had a feeling that would happen. But we do want to keep an eye on this storm. We do have two storms that are kind of merging together. Sometimes when that happens, you might get a brief rotation. Grab another radar a little closer. Yep, not seeing any rotation as of right now. Still keeping an eye on the one, though, again, just to the south of Oregon. This particular one, I am starting to see some good broad rotation. That is kind of picking up in intensity. I am seeing a little bit of a hook here with this storm as well. So we'll definitely be keeping an eye on that. Just updating a few social media posts here to get the news out that we are live here. All right, once again, everybody, just want to recap what we're watching here. We have severe weather moving through Illinois and Wisconsin at this time. We did have some tornado warnings just a little bit ago. At one point, we had 3 tornado warnings, 2 in Illinois, 1 in Wisconsin. Those have since been allowed to expire. However, we are still watching the development of storms that are producing rotation. And the most that we've been seeing here is specifically hail and wind. So we'll be watching this for a little bit. And just want to make sure that everybody is able to hear me okay. If you are, please let me know. Feel free to put it in the chat there. We'd greatly appreciate it. Just want to make sure that audio is coming through for everyone. And again, we are currently tracking a series of severe thunderstorm warnings, 6 in all total, that we are currently watching. We have 2 of them in Illinois and 2 in Wisconsin that we are really paying attention to. There are a few others. And let's see here. Wisconsin, Illinois. Oh, okay, we got a couple in, or one in Arkansas, one in Louisiana, another one in Illinois as well. This one has a possible tornado on it. That was the one I was just looking at a minute ago. Let's take a look at that rotation here and see what we have going on. Definitely have some broad rotation for sure. Keep an eye on that one. And let's take a look. There was another severe thunderstorm that had a possible tornado with it as well here in Illinois. Yep, that same one, side by side right there. Perfect. So, again, keeping an eye on several severe thunderstorm warnings, 6 in all total. But really watching this storm right here near Oregon, just to the east of Oregon, west of Hillcrest. This storm is moving to the east, and according to the National Weather Service, it is moving to the east at 35 miles an hour, northeast. So let's take a look. Let's put a track on this here, on this storm. Again, we're moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. And at 35 miles an hour, we can see that this storm, here you go, you should be able to see that now. So this storm is going to be near White Rock in approximately 8 minutes, Kings in approximately 9 minutes, Holcomb in 13, Lindenwood in about 17 minutes, Monroe Center in about 23 minutes, Esmond in about 24, and Fairdale in about 27, and Kirkland in about 33 minutes. Irene in 34, Colvin Park 41, Kingston 41, and Herbert in 42. Genoa in 46, Garden Prairie in 53, and New Lebanon in 54 minutes, Riley in 56. And the last one we'll call out here, Marengo in 59 minutes, about an hour from now. So we can see this storm, again, is moving northeast. Are watching for these little kinks in the line in the storm itself, which indicates potential inflow, which means possible rotation. So do see some broad rotation here on the radar velocity scan. Not seeing too much at the moment here, but we are keeping an eye on that. Again, that is a broad rotation. I'm going to jump back up here to the storm that we were watching earlier in Wisconsin to take a look at how that one is doing as it continues to move off to the northeast. That has become more of a line now of a storm. Do have some embedded hail cores here and there. That does still have a severe thunderstorm warning on it to the east of Whitewater. Specifically here, Mukwonago, Waukesha, Elkhorn, you are all in that severe thunderstorm warning for 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. This storm is moving off to the northeast at 40 miles an hour. So we can time that out to the lake shore here. And we can see here, Wind Lake in about 7 minutes, Union Church in 14 minutes, Raymond in about 18 minutes, Franklin in about 20 minutes, Hoosier in about 27 minutes, Oak Creek in about 28 minutes, Caledonia, Wisconsin in 28 minutes, South Milwaukee in about 31 minutes, and Crestview in about 33 minutes. Just taking a look at some of these other storms that have started to pop up and see what we're able to find here. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning that has just popped up, which is just to the north of Memphis. So I am keeping an eye on rotation for all of these storms because several of them have been rotating this evening. Not seeing a lot of rotation, actually not seeing any rotation right now in the storm just to the south of Cantrell. And we do have a severe thunderstorm warning here that goes, let's see here, until 6 p.m. Central Standard Time here for southeastern Van Buren County in southeastern Iowa, northeastern Scotland County in Missouri, northwestern Clark County in Missouri as well. Again, this storm is moving at 25 miles an hour, and it does have 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. All right, our severe thunderstorm warning that was just to the north of Dixon, south of Mount Morris, Illinois, has been allowed to expire. Still have that one severe thunderstorm warning for Hillcrest. Again, this one still is going until 5:45 Central Standard Time. Taking a look at this one, still moving northeast at 35 miles an hour with 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-size hail. If we take a look at our velocity scan here, am seeing some broad rotation, very broad, nothing too concerning right now. Am keeping an eye, again, we do see that little kink in the line there, so we'll keep an eye on this particular storm. And jumping back up into Wisconsin, we can see that that severe thunderstorm warning has been allowed to actually expire. So as of right now, we currently have 4 severe thunderstorm warnings for Arkansas, Louisiana, and Illinois. Also have that one that is on the border of Iowa and Missouri. So again, just to recap, we're keeping an eye on severe thunderstorm warnings that are popping up due to a line that is starting to form from Milwaukee all the way down to Kansas City. You can see that if I zoom out, put a different radar on real quick, you can see that whole line is forming. This line is intended, or expected, I should say, to form and move to the east as the night progresses. The most that we're anticipating to see out of this is going to be strong winds, hail, and possible isolated tornadoes. Go back and take a look at these couple storms that we are watching, again, near Iowa and Missouri. There we go. Let's take a look and see. Did get a refresh on the scan there. Still not seeing a lot in the form of rotation. However, taking a look here, again, we still have hail and those winds to contend with. That severe thunderstorm warning does go for about 45 more minutes. The other severe thunderstorm warning that I've been watching is the one over here near Hillcrest, Davis Junction, Illinois. This particular storm has had some rotation with it. Currently, very broad rotation, nothing too concerning right now. Still going to keep an eye on that, though. All right, folks, we did just get a tornado warning that just came through for Iowa, Missouri, and that is the one that we were watching just a couple minutes ago. And I was saying that that had some pretty broad rotation on it. Appears that that rotation has tightened up just a little bit. This is a radar-indicated tornado warning. And this tornado warning goes until 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. And this is for southeastern Van Buren County in southern Illinois, northeastern Scotland in Missouri, northwestern Clark in Missouri as well. Again, this is a potential tornado, radar indicated. So at this time, if you are in the tornado warning, please seek shelter. If you are inside of this polygon, Mount Sterling, Farmington, Bonaparte. Again, I apologize if I say any of these names wrong. Prospect Grove, Azine, you are right next to that rotation. Please seek shelter right now. If I've also mentioned your area, again, please seek shelter. If you are near where I just mentioned, please seek shelter as well. Acosto also is in that tornado warning. So once again, we do have this new tornado warning that was just issued by the National Weather Service for Mount Sterling, Azine, Prospect Grove, Acosto, Anson, Farmington, Bonaparte, or Bonaparte. I think it's Bonaparte. Again, if you are near this area, please seek shelter immediately. This tornado warning is scheduled to go until 6 p.m. Central Standard Time due to radar-indicated rotation. This means that a tornado could be produced at any moment if that rotation were to tighten up. As a reminder, our radar scans are not live. They do come through every couple minutes or so. So if something were to happen between the scans, It's very important that you are seeking shelter. We would not see that. Also, with these tornado warnings, you could have a quick spin up. We'll see the rotation on radar in one scan. Next scan, we won't see it. And in between those two scans, there was a tight couplet rotation that would have produced a quick spin up. So it's very important that you get to your safe spot. Lowest floor in interior room as possible. If you have a basement, go to the basement. If not, the most interior room possible. Taking a look here, another thing we can look at too is our correlation coefficient, which can help indicate if there is debris in the air. So we're looking right in this area near Mount Sterling. Let's put our tracker on it. Right there. And let's take a look at that correlation coefficient. There could be some stuff in the air right there. So again, if you are in the path of this tornado, please seek shelter at this time. Again, we are looking at Mount Sterling, Farmington, Bonaparte. Again, this tornado warning goes for another 40 or so minutes until 6 o'clock Central Time. Just have a new severe thunderstorm warning that just popped up here in Iowa. Sorry, Iowa and Illinois. Des Moines, Iowa, and Henderson, Illinois. This severe thunderstorm warning. Possible tornado with it. Again, we do see some broad rotation there. Hail of 1 1/4 inch. 60-mile-an-hour winds. This also is expiring as 6 p.m. Central Time. Central Henderson County and Central Des Moines County, Illinois and Iowa there on the border. Taking a look here, we do have some broad rotation here. Middletown, just to the south of Middletown. Burlington, let's see, you are in, looks like Burlington, Illinois. Please seek shelter. All right. Burlington, Illinois, Iowa. Please seek shelter at this time. I think you're in Iowa technically. You have severe thunderstorm warning here. However, we are seeing some broad rotation on radar. And from what we've been seeing, broad rotation has been turning into tighter rotation relatively quick. Kind of like the one that we have back here near Mount Sterling. So this also currently has a radar indicated tornado associated with it. Underneath the tornado warning currently for Mount Sterling, Azine. Let's take a look at that correlation coefficient, see if we see anything. Possible debris, but it's quite wide, so not entirely sure there right now. But we do definitely have a hook. So if there was a tornado, it would be right in this area, just to the southwest of Mount Sterling. And again, this is moving to the northeast. There we go. Moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. So if we were to track this out here, northeast at 30 miles an hour. We are looking at Farmington in about 29 minutes. Bonaparte in about 27 minutes. And again, we are looking at other storms as well that are showing signs of possible rotation. No warnings or anything on those ones that we're watching currently, but yes, we are keeping an eye on all of these storms up and down this line, especially this one over here by Burlington. That is a severe thunderstorm warning currently. However, I am seeing some possible broad rotation right there. So if you're in Burlington, I would encourage you to seek shelter. It's better to be safe than sorry. Also, if you're in a severe thunderstorm warning, you really should be seeking shelter inside of a sturdy building, away from windows, especially with these storms, with the size of hail and the wind. You could have windows that could be damaged, roofs that could be damaged, and so forth. So definitely get inside, get safe, and stay there until the storm has passed. Looking at these storms again up here in Wisconsin, we have a nice line of storms moving through. Burlington, Wisconsin. Mukwonago, that line just moved through you. You're getting some heavy rain now. Let's take a look here to the east of Elkhorn. That line is currently moving to the east, northeast. And I'm currently not seeing anything right now that is catching my attention. I keep an eye on this storm because it does have a history of rotation, but it has become more of a line and not a singular cell, so less chance of a rotation there. All right, coming back down here, let's take a look at that tornado warning once again, see if we have a new scan. And again, looking right there near Mount Sterling. Still have that rotation going just to the south of Mount Sterling. Still not seeing anything too concerning, but again, if you are in this area, please seek shelter at this time. Looking at this other storm here up near Burlington, Iowa. This particular storm here, I've been keeping an eye on due to some broad rotation. Still seeing a little bit of rotation near Burlington at this time. So we'll definitely be keeping an eye on that one there. That's very broad rotation. Again, we're still keeping an eye on this tornado warning back here. Taking a look again. 30 miles an hour, moving 30 miles an hour northeast. Does have tornado possible with ping pong ball size hail. This is radar indicated at this time. Just to get a radar update, a new scan here. Still seeing that rotation just to the south of Mount Sterling. Again, this is moving off to the northeast at 30 miles an hour. Let's put a track on that once again. Give you an update on where this is going. So Farmington in about 22 minutes. Primrose in about 34 minutes. Sharon in about 35. Donaldson in about 40 minutes. Mount Haymill in about 41 minutes, Houghton in 44, Franklin in about 45, Pilot Grove in about 48, St. Paul in about 50 minutes, and West Point in about 53 minutes. So again, if I just said your location or you're near that location, please seek shelter or get ready to seek shelter if this tornado continues. Taking a look at this severe thunderstorm warning once again over here by Burlington, Iowa. Still seeing some very broad rotation with this one here. So if you are in this vicinity, definitely keep an eye. I would definitely seek shelter in a sturdy building. This does have a history of strong wind and hail as well. I'm starting to see some interesting returns with this one here for the rotation, broad rotation that is. So keep an eye on this one here. Currently not tornado warned. However, as we know, that storms can go tornado warned at any moment. Rotation can tighten up at any second. Taking a look at the one over by Mount Sterling. Definitely seeing that rotation lessen quite a bit here as we put a track on this. You see that rotation has definitely gotten a lot less. Still want to keep an eye on it, though. If you are in the tornado warning, please seek shelter if you have not yet, especially if you are near Mount Sterling, Farmington, as this rotation is moving off to the northeast at 30 miles an hour. Didn't get a chance to talk about these ones yet. This set of severe thunderstorm warnings down here in Arkansas. We have two of them. One is a continuation of the other for another 42 minutes here. Let's take a look here. Until 6:15 Central Time, we have a severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Monroe County in eastern Arkansas, northeastern Arkansas County in Arkansas as well. Taking a look here, we have a storm with 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail and moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. Not seeing any rotation per se with that particular one. So it looks like we are dealing more with the hail and the wind. Taking a look here, call out some of the areas here. To the south of Holly Grove is where this severe thunderstorm warning is. Northeast of DeWitt. Not seeing any towns or anything popping up. There we go. There's some. Mayo's, Crossroads, Indian Bay, St. Charles, Stinking Bay, and Crockett's Bluff. So you are all in the severe thunderstorm warning. Coming back up here and taking a look at our tornado warned storm on the border of Iowa and Missouri. Looking for rotation here. Not seeing as much rotation as what we had earlier. Still have some very broad rotation right now, though. So it does look like that storm is starting to weaken. Thankfully, I do see that where we were seeing the rotation, it looks like it is closing off, which is good. It's a good sign. However, this is still a potent storm, so new rotation could spawn at any time. So again, if you are still in this tornado warning box, please make sure to seek shelter. Keeping an eye on our other storms just to the north here, near Burlington and West Point. Taking a look at those storms here. Just seeing some broad rotation over by Burlington. Nothing too concerning right now. That was a lot tighter earlier. Did not get warned. So must not have met the criteria that National Weather Service was looking for, which is great. That's good news. Hopefully that means that the storm is weakening and therefore then can just be severe warned only. And once again, just taking a look at the bigger picture here, what we are actually watching tonight is a line of storms that has formed from Milwaukee down to and near Kansas City. This line has been generating some pretty intense storms, mostly hail and wind. However, we have seen a fair share of tornado warnings. At one point, we had 3 tornado warnings going from Iowa all the way up into Wisconsin. So these storms are rotating periodically as they're forming. But overall, though, the warning has not been for very long. Typically, once it gets warned, it's for an initial rotation. It then weakens and moves on its way, and typically is just severe warned or nothing at all. So just to recap, currently we have 1 tornado warning that we've been watching here in the northern part of Iowa and southern part of Missouri, so on the border there. Van Buren, Iowa, Clark, Missouri, Scotland, Missouri, and we've been watching a series of severe thunderstorm warnings as well. The most that we've been seeing here is these severe thunderstorm warnings, but we do have these occasional tornado warnings that are popping up. Now we have severe thunderstorm warnings all the way from Arkansas to Illinois, Iowa, Missouri. Again, that line has been slowly forming, and we are keeping an eye on it. If we put a movement on this radar here, we can see this line forming as we watch over the last hour or so. We can see this line has been forming along a cold front, actually, that is slowly moving to the east. So this is a line that we are going to be keeping an eye on throughout the evening as the heating of the day is going away. I don't think this line will be as potent as it moves east. However, there could still be the potential for some severe weather in the form of hail and high winds. So Chicago, this line is still moving east towards Chicago, as well as South Bend, Indiana, Kalamazoo, Michigan. All of these areas potentially could be impacted by this line later this evening. So we are still early on with the formation of this line. As you can see here, this line is just forming, and we have our cold front behind the line. So there's definitely some energy out front. And we are keeping an eye on that as we look at forecasts. So let's go ahead and zoom back in and take a look at our current tornado warning over here on the border of Iowa and Missouri. Go ahead and put this back into single site radar mode, and we can actually dive in and take a look at this particular storm. So there's our reflectivity, shows us where the rain is, the heaviest part of the rain. We can even see a little bit of hail, a couple hail cores within that storm. Seeing some inflow notches here and there, but what we really want to look at is that velocity radar to see if we can see any rotation. Seeing some broad rotation right now. This tornado warning is due to expire actually in 20 minutes. And to be honest with you, I could see the National Weather Service expiring this early, just due to the fact that rotation has let up quite a bit. Now, if you are in the tornado warning, please seek shelter if you have not done so already. It's very important that even if we are not seeing anything on radar, that we still seek shelter. One of the things that we do see a lot of times with storms is they can easily and quickly tighten up in rotation and put down a tornado in a matter of minutes. And sometimes it's in between radar scans. So it's very important that you seek shelter if you're in a tornado warning, whether it's looking like there's actually a tornado on radar or not, just to be on the safe side. Another storm we've been keeping an eye on is the one over here in Burlington, Iowa. This particular one has had a history of some broad rotation. Currently seeing some broad rotation with this storm just to the north of Burlington. So we are keeping an eye on this one. For those that are near Burlington, Gladstone, boy, I don't know how to say this one. Oquaka? Probably wrong on that one. Biggsville. If you are near these areas, just keep an eye on things. Again, we have some broad rotation with this storm. However, it is currently severe warned for 60-mile-an-hour winds, 1 3/4 inch hail. From the National Weather Service, they are stating that it does have a history of golf ball size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. So definitely seek shelter indoors just for that fact. All right. You could definitely be injured by that type of hail very easily. Taking a look here, we can see that that has a very prevalent hail core. When we see those purples on the screen there, that usually is identifying where our hail is. So just to the north of Burlington is the whole storm there. But taking a look here, US 61 and US 34, just to the north of that interchange is where our hail core is currently. Once again, this storm is actually moving off to the northeast at 30 miles an hour. So let's put a track on this particular one right here. Grab towards the back side of this storm here. And taking a look here. Bring this over so you can see it. There you go. So Burlington in about 5 minutes, which it's kind of like already there. So definitely seek shelter indoors away from that hail. Lone Tree in about 15 minutes. Gladstone in 23. Rosetta in about 36. Reeds in about 38. Bald Bluff in about 42 minutes. Little York in 51. Eleanor in about 54 minutes. Woodvale in 61 minutes. Shaw in about 63 minutes. So we'll look at about an hour out there. We won't go any further than that. But keep an eye if you are in front of this storm. Definitely keep an eye on it. Taking a look back at our tornado warned storm near Farmington now. You can see that tornado warning box has been allowed to shrink. Obviously, as the storm moves east, typically that will happen. And taking a look at our velocity here, we do have just some very broad rotation with this tornado warning. So again, if you are in the tornado warning here, Farmington, Anson, Plymouth, Bonaparte, definitely seek shelter. We currently have this ongoing tornado warning for a possible tornado. This is radar indicated. Again, this is moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. We'll also put a track on this one here. So we're looking at Farmington in about 8 minutes, Primrose in about 20, Sharon in about 21, and Mount Haymill in about 27 minutes. Grabbed from the back of that storm where that possible rotation is, so you may see that storm just a little bit ahead of that time frame, and that would be the front edge of the storm that you are feeling. So still watching that storm to the north of Burlington. That still does have some broad rotation with it. Good news is it does look like it's become much more broader. Still have a good hail core, though, all throughout that storm. So again, if you are near that storm, definitely seek shelter. Just want to touch on something else really quick for those that might be watching from New Orleans area. You are underneath a flash flood warning at this time near New Orleans, or in New Orleans, I should say. According to the National Weather Service here, we have a flash flood warning for north central Jefferson Parish, southwestern Orleans Parish, northwestern Plagamines Parish, and west central St. Bernard Parish until 7:45. There's another one as well over here to the east. This one also northwestern Jefferson. I think they're overlapping a little bit here. Western Orleans, east central St. Charles until 8:30 p.m. So if you're in a flash flood warning, seek shelter in higher ground. I am seeing definitely quite a bit of rain that has moved through, and more to come as this line is kind of backfilling. All right, taking a look here, folks, back at our tornado warned storm. Let's take a look at how it's doing. So still moving off to the east here. If you're in Farmington or Plymouth, you got that hail core coming through right now. Not seeing any rotation on radar, but that is still tornado warned. Do have a new severe thunderstorm warning, though, just to the east of that tornado warning. Taking a look here for 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. This is northwestern Lee County in southwestern Iowa until 6:30 p.m. So until 6:30 p.m., northwestern Lee County underneath a severe thunderstorm warning. So if you're in Donaldson, Franklin, St. Paul, West Point, Houghton, anywhere near there, you are underneath a severe thunderstorm warning for a storm that has the history of rotation. This storm has a history of rotation and very strong winds, along with hail as well. So seek shelter indoors, protect yourself, keep an eye on the weather. Taking a look at our other severe weather storm up near Burlington. We've been keeping an eye on this one for rotation. Definitely still have some broad rotation on that storm there. Definitely have some hail with this one. We can see that hail core right through the center of that storm. Earlier, we were keeping an eye on storms up by, or up in Wisconsin, I should say. Those storms are going through Milwaukee right now, moving towards Racine. And that line of storms is getting ready to head out over the open waters of Lake Michigan. So we'll keep an eye on those as they continue to trek east. This is all part of a larger line that has formed from Milwaukee, actually all the way down to Kansas City. You don't see it on that radar, but if we pull up our other radar, we can see that line has formed. Now, it's a broken line right now, but over the course of the evening, this line has been slowly filling in. It is projected to continue to move east. So those in Chicago, Bloomingdale, Springfield, Indianapolis, Fort Wayne, Kalamazoo, Grand Rapids, all of those locations potentially could see storms later on this evening if this line continues to form and move east, which it is projected to do so. So the good news is we do not have any tornado warnings right now. We only have 3 severe thunderstorm warnings for Illinois, Iowa, and Arkansas. The one in Illinois and Iowa, actually those 2 severe thunderstorm warnings are also labeled with a possible tornado. That's just due to some broad rotation where that storm did have some tighter rotation earlier. So we are still keeping an eye on that. So taking a look here at the one near Donaldson, Franklin, West Point, Houghton, that particular storm does not appear to have nearly as much rotation as it did earlier. In fact, it has hardly any rotation with it right now. Taking a look at another radar. Yep, very little rotation, very broad that is, which is good news. Very good news. We like to see that. The other storm that we've been tracking is also severe warned near Burlington. This particular storm has had a history of broad rotation, high winds, and hail. Currently has some very broad rotation, so we're definitely keeping an eye on that one as well. So while we have a little bit of a break here, nothing is really popping up right now. What I'd like to do is I'm going to step away really quick, and I will be right back. I'll leave us with the larger picture and let that run. All right. I am back. So, taking a look here, we only have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings currently in Illinois and Iowa. Taking a look at those severe thunderstorm warnings currently, go to our single site radar. Thank you, by the way, to Radar Omega for providing this for us. These wonderful graphs and, or maps, I should say. All right, so starting off with our storm in Donaldson and West Point. Not seeing any rotation right now with that one. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning, though, for it. That severe thunderstorm warning does expire in 33 minutes for northwestern Lee County in southwestern Iowa. This particular storm does have a history of hail and wind with it, as well as rotation. Currently, it is warned for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Our other severe thunderstorm warning that we are watching is up in Burlington, Iowa. This particular one here is actually about to expire in 2 minutes. We are still keeping an eye on that storm, though, for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and half-dollar size hail. It does have a history of rotation. No tornado with it, though. So if you are in the path of this particular storm, keep an eye on it. Not seeing a extension of the severe thunderstorm warning at this time. So potentially the National Weather Service is thinking that this storm has fallen below the severe criteria, but we will wait and see. Again, I am still seeing that rotation, though. This does have a history of broad rotation. Seeing a little bit tighter rotation here, but it's still broad. Just to the southwest of Kawaka. Do apologize if you're in that area and I said that wrong. This particular storm does have a history, again, of broad rotation. So let's take a look at one other thing here really quick. I'm going to go back to the reflectivity here. And yeah, this is where we're seeing that potential of broad rotation. See this C shape here. Looks like a backwards comma almost. This particular area is what we're looking at for the potential of a rotation. So not seeing anything right now indicating that the severe or the National Weather Service will issue a tornado warning or anything, but we are keeping an eye on this. Does have a good hail core within the center of that severe storm as well. So again, watching that velocity. So we did just see that severe thunderstorm warning disappear. So they did allow that to expire as expected. However, we will keep an eye on this storm because there is that possibility of the rotation there. So we'll see what happens here. We'll see if anything else pops up. Taking a look at our other storms that we've been keeping an eye on here up in northern Illinois and Wisconsin. We are keeping an eye on this storm that's to the east of Milwaukee. This one does appear to have a little bit stronger of a wind field with it. However, it is heading off over the lake shore here. So it is something that we will be keeping an eye on as it continues east and northeast. In fact, this whole line is moving east-northeast this evening due to a low pressure system that has a pretty good, strong cold front that has come down and built across our Midwest area here. So what we can do here, while there's kind of a, well, hold on, we just had a pop-up of a severe thunderstorm warning right here in Rockford, Illinois. So east central Ogle County in north central Illinois, northern DeKalb County in north central Illinois. until 6:45 Eastern Time. This is for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Taking a look at the radar here for rotation, for the velocity radar, seeing some broad rotation. We will be keeping an eye on this, though. We do see a little bit of a backwards hook here with that particular storm. So again, we'll be keeping an eye on that. But there we go. There is a new severe thunderstorm warning. Once again, for Esmond, Kirkland, Kingston, Genoa in Illinois. This storm is moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. Look at these storms are actually kind of picking up some speed here. 45 miles an hour northeast. So let's take a look here. We'll put a little bit of a track on this. Going northeast at 45 miles an hour. And we'll just call out some of these locations here. Kingston in about 15 minutes. Of course, Esmond, it's right on you here. Let's see here. Genoa in 19 minutes. Charter Grove in 22 minutes. Riley in 27 minutes. Hampshire in 31 minutes. North Plateau, I think that's Plateau, in 33 minutes. And we can see our storm just moving. Folks, I need to take a look at this. Look at that. You can see this backwards C here. Or we can even say it is a C, but it's a really tight C. Just to the north of Esmond, let's take a look at that velocity. Okay, our velocity has not fully updated quite yet. That scan should be coming through right now. There it is. So definitely have some good broad rotation, strong broad rotation here. So it would not surprise me one bit if this were to go tornado warned here in just a moment from the National Weather Service. So let me take a look at something here really quick, because sometimes I am able to see these ahead of time. Okay, not seeing anything yet at this time indicating a possible tornado warning coming. We will keep an eye on that, though. So taking a look here, just to the south of Kirkland, all right, just to the south of Kirkland, we do have a broad rotation that is moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. So again, we have Kingston in 9 minutes, Genoa in 12, Charter Grove in 16, New Lebanon in 19 minutes, Harmony in 25, Hampshire in 25 minutes. And this is being produced due to this storm has definitely created an inflow notch. That's what we call it, inflow notch. And right there, if anything were to be forming, it would be just to the north of Esmond, just to the south of Kirkland. So if you are in that area, I'm gonna say right now, seek shelter. All right. One thing we've noticed with these storms is they start off with really broad rotation, and within minutes or even seconds, they can tighten up really quick, put down a quick tornado. It lifts, and we don't even see it on radar. All right. Our radar scans are about 2 to 3 minutes apart. So it's very important that if we see something, it's better to be safe than sorry, especially when we see something like this. All right. So again, Esmond, Kirkland, Kingston, Genoa, if you are in these areas, please keep an eye on the radar here with us. If you are able to get indoors, please do so. This is not tornado warned right now. It is warned, though, severe thunderstorm warning for large hail and high winds. However, we are keeping an eye on this rotation. We could potentially be seeing a tornado warning soon if this rotation continues to tighten up. So we do have another severe thunderstorm warning down here in Knox City. This particular one is just on the edge of our radar, so it is hard to see it. But it is moving northeast at 25 miles an hour until 6:45 p.m. for quarter-size hail northeastern Knox County, northwestern Lewis County. Still have that severe thunderstorm warning for West Point and Donaldson. Franklin. This particular storm has a history of strong hail and wind. Currently, taking a look here, not seeing any type of rotation, but this storm did have a history of some broad rotation earlier. Going back up here to our storm in Illinois, northern Illinois, that is. Definitely have some broad rotation. If we take a look at our reflectivity, we are seeing that inflow notch has tightened up a little bit more. So we are keeping an eye on that. Just to the north of Kirkland here, again, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. If we put a track on this once again, we can see where this storm is headed. From that notch, we can go northeast at 45 miles an hour. And here we go. Here is our times. So we're looking at Colvin Park in about 6 minutes, Kingston in about 7 minutes, Herbert in 7 minutes, Riley in 18, Marengo in 20, Harmony in 22, Coral in 23, Union in 24, Franklinville in 28, Coyan in 29, and Huntley in 29 minutes as well. So once again, these storms have a history of producing rotation. We've had several tornado warnings this evening. At one time, we had 3 of them all at once. Since I've jumped online, I want to say we've had 4 or 5 tornado warnings. So the storm that we have down here in Arkansas, we still have another severe thunderstorm warning for Sheridan, Leola, Carthage, Redfield. For another 34 minutes. Just want to call this one out here really quick. This one is for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. This storm is moving, taking a look here, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. Northeast at 35 miles an hour. Again, that's down in Arkansas. Definitely have some hail there. So if you are in this path of this storm, definitely get indoors, as that will definitely have some wind and hail. Going back to our storm up here near Rockford, Illinois. Oh, love to see that. That inflow notch is definitely a lot less now. It's not as tight as it was before or as deep. So that means that the intensity has definitely let up, which is good news. We like to see that. And if we take a look at our radar velocity here, very broad rotation there. Still some strong, but it's broad. All right, so that's good news. We did not see that tighten up, which we're very grateful for. Let's take a little gander around and see what we can see with these other storms that have started to pop up along this line. And these are all individual supercells. So that's another reason why we keep seeing these spin-ups periodically. Once this whole line congeals and becomes one massive line, I think the whole tornado threat will go away. But we still have couple hours ahead of us, I do believe, as this storm continues to move east into more favorable conditions for rotation and definitely severe weather. It's definitely gotten quite warm out ahead of that cold front. In fact, we can take a look here. One thing I can pull up is the one of the model forecasts that we like to look at to get a better understanding of what's about to happen. Let me share that with you here. So we look at what we call the HRRR, and this kind of gives us an idea of what could be happening in the near future. All right, and taking a look here over the next couple hours, this is what the radar might look like. So as we can see these storms, or this line I should say, as it moves to the east, we can see those storms getting bigger. And not only bigger, but also more numerous. Now this line appears to be, according to the HRRR forecast, is going to congeal and become one solid line. Again, when that happens, I think we'll have a lot less likelihood of tornadoes. There could be some quick spin ups on the front side of that line, of course, which can happen. So we do want to keep an eye on that for sure. Another thing that we look at too is what is our potential for storms. Something that we look at is the surface-based CAPE, which basically is what's the available energy, okay? What's the available energy for these storms? So we can see here as we roll this forward, as I mentioned, further on down the line, that's why I keep saying I think these storms are going to be more favorable going forward into like Chicago and Indianapolis and so forth. If we take a look, sorry, that was looking too far ahead. There we go. So this is kind of like current condition here as of 7 p.m. Eastern time, which is just now. And as we roll this forward, we'll see that CAPE, that instability, get a little bit less and less, but it is still there as this line continues to move forward. So like, for example, 3 hours out here, even at 9, 10 o'clock at night, we're still looking at quite a bit of instability out ahead of this line, a little bit more further south than anything, but still have some up to the north as well. So we're definitely going to be keeping an eye on this line for quite some time here as it continues to move to the east. Again, the current forecast projection makes this line kind of become more potent and solid as it gets further to the east, specifically around Chicago, South Bend area, up into Kalamazoo and Grand Rapids area. So we'll take a look at that one more time here at that composite reflectivity, which allows us to actually see the forecasted rain and storms going forward here. So we'll take this hour by hour here. Starting off here at 7 p.m. Eastern time, this is what our radar kind of looks like right now. It's actually depicting a little bit more than what we actually have on radar right now. So that's actually good news that we're not as potent as the radar or the forecast thought it would be. But as we move forward here, looking at 8 o'clock and 9 o'clock and 10 o'clock and then 11, we can see by 11 this is definitely becoming more of a solid line, but we still have pockets here and there. Once we get to 12 and 1 o'clock and even 2 o'clock in the morning, we can see this line has become quite solid. So I think by the time we get to around midnight or so, as this line continues to move to the east, we're still going to have storms. I don't think they're going to be as potent in regards to what they are now. But there is still that cape out there. Now, that convective energy is a lot less than what it is right now. And so potentially we will see more garden variety storms, we like to call those, where they're not severe, but we definitely have, lightning and thunder and heavy rain, but nothing to the severe criteria of heavy winds or big hail. Definitely not any rotation, but we're going to keep an eye on this. We'll see what happens. All right, as this continues to push off to the east. So let's go back to our radar, and I want to take a look at that storm once again up here in Illinois. Yep, see that inflow notch is completely disappeared. We still do have that C, though, that little hook, but definitely not like it was. Take a look at our velocity. Yeah, very broad rotation. Nothing too concerning there at this time. Do see this little storm up here by Marigot. Marengo, that storm there. It's just a storm right now. Let's take a look here and see if we have any new severe thunderstorm warnings to look at here. I don't think so. Not at this time. And bear with me 1 second, folks. I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. So, just to recap here, we currently have 1, 2, 3, 4 different severe thunderstorm warnings currently that are active. And with those severe thunderstorm warnings that we have, just the one that we were keeping an eye on just a little bit ago here near Rockford, that storm, it's definitely not like it was. Let's take a look here at this storm once again. Take a look at the radar velocity. We definitely still have some broad rotation there. Very broad, very, very broad, actually. So nothing too concerning at this time. Our other storm down here by West Point, not seeing any rotation there whatsoever. Just a really good storm here. Again, we do have hail and wind with this one here. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. This particular severe thunderstorm warning is scheduled to go, let's see here, until 6:30 p.m. Central Time. So it is about 8 minutes to go. And the other severe thunderstorm warning that we did have has been expired. The other one to the south of Little Rock expires in about 23 minutes. And again, that particular severe thunderstorm warning is for hail. And let's see here, quarter size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. That is also moving off to the northeast at 35 miles an hour. Okay, so just a quick recap here. We have currently 3 severe thunderstorm warnings. One in Arkansas, just to the south of Little Rock. Another one up here in Iowa, West Point, Iowa. And we have another one in Illinois, just to the south of Rockford, Illinois. All of these storms are currently warned for 60-mile-an-hour winds and hail, depending on which storm you're looking at, anywhere from an inch to a inch and 3/4 hail. This particular one here in Illinois is currently warranted for quarter-size hail. The one in Iowa is currently warranted for quarter-size hail. By the way, both of those were 60-mile-an-hour winds. And our third and final one currently active in Arkansas is currently warranted for 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-size hail as well. So, quarter-size hail, it looks like it is right now. Let's go ahead and take a look at the bigger picture. Let's see how these storms are developing. Take a look at our overall radar. And we can see this line is currently producing storms from Milwaukee all the way down to Kansas City, just to the east of Kansas City. We also have some storms that are forming, more rain than anything, down in Arkansas, south of Memphis, Jackson, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, New Orleans, Louisiana. By the way, there is some flood warnings down near New Orleans and actually in New Orleans. Cotton Port as well. Simsport, flood warnings, so seek shelter in higher ground. If you are in a flood warning, definitely seek shelter in higher ground. Floodwaters can rise quickly at any moment. Taking a look at this severe thunderstorm again near Rockford, Illinois. I've been keeping an eye on the radar velocity for this one for the potential of rotation. Good news is I'm just seeing broad rotation now, very broad, so nothing too concerning at this time. We'll come down here and take a look at the one by West Point. Not seeing any rotation with that one, which is great. Great news. So now basically what we're watching is for the development of storms ahead of the cold front. So we can see where this cold front is within reason. On Radar Omega, we can actually pull up a view that allows us to see, here it is, for the current surface fronts. Now, this updates every 3 hours. So taking a look here, currently this is valid for 1 o'clock, actually a little more than 3 hours it looks like back. 1 o'clock this afternoon Eastern time. Like I said, it's supposed to update every 3 hours. But this gives us an idea of where the cold front is. We have actually a stationary front. This cold front has turned more into a stationary front, draping from Michigan all the way down to Oklahoma into Texas. And we can see we have a couple low pressures that are riding this front. As these low pressures move to the east and northeast, it'll continue to slowly push this front to the east as well. I'm not sure how long ago that chat just came through, so just want to pause here and say hi. Thank you so much for chatting. Do appreciate it. No Stallion, I think is how you pronounce that. So welcome. Thank you so much, by the way. Do appreciate it. Hopefully you're enjoying the live stream here as we watch the severe weather outbreak here in the Midwest. This is something that we are planning to be doing throughout the summer. So definitely subscribe and like this video. We do greatly appreciate that. Hopefully we are planning to get on more often as time permits if we're available, so that we can put important information out there for everybody when it is happening. All right, so our severe thunderstorm warning that was in West Point has expired. That is great news. We still have the severe thunderstorm warning up here in Illinois, near Rockford, Illinois, actually to the south east of Rockford, Illinois. That is due to expire in about 15 minutes. Do anticipate that to happen as we are watching this storm actually kind of weaken. It's not as strong as it was before. Definitely still has some hail and most likely some wind with it as well. But again, we are not seeing as strong of returns for the radar velocity as we were earlier. So that is good news. That very well could expire soon. Taking a look at the one down in Arkansas, our severe thunderstorm warning down there. Taking a look at our radar reflectivity, we still have that storm down there. The good news is that storm has weakened. As we take a look at our run here, we can see that radar run of the storm was quite large, very potent, and now we can see it dissolving there and getting weaker. So that's good news. That's what we want to see. So to be honest with you, I could see that severe thunderstorm warning expiring early as well. So at the moment, we are still watching the development of storms along a cold front, more of a stalled front actually at this time. As these storms continue to move east, we are keeping an eye on further development. Future radar does show the potential for future development with these storms. or I should say this line of storms. We can take a look at that here real quick. Oops, bear with me 1 second. Got to get to the right one. There it is. Let's see here. Not sure why it's not pulling up the right screen. Bear with me 1 second here. There we go. There's the screen we were looking for. And let's take a look at our reflectivity forecast. Sorry, wrong one there. Get back up here. There we go. There we go. Precipitation. All right. So, taking a look here, put this into motion. We can see this line continuing to move to the east, and as it continues to move to the east, we can see it getting a little bit stronger. Let's take a look at our most recent scan. There we go. Sorry, I was a little bit behind on the run there. Update that to the most recent run. Just thinking to myself, that is not what I thought it looked like earlier. All right, there we go. So we can see that line currently projected to continue to move to the east. Looks like it's projecting not as, or forecasting not as strong as it was earlier. So that is good news. If we look at our last radar forecast, that line was a little bit stronger. And it's now not as strong on the forecast. So that's good news. Looks like this may be more of a rain line than anything. All right, jumping back in here, just kind of updating on our severe thunderstorm warning here in Illinois. That severe thunderstorm warning, that storm is actually just about outside of it. Again, that is going to expire here in 11 minutes. I'm not seeing any need for the National Weather Service to extend that out. In fact, if they were going to, they probably would have already, seeing as how the storm is just about out of the warning. Our other severe thunderstorm warning that we were keeping an eye on down here in Arkansas, just to the south of Little Rock, Arkansas, is about to expire in about 10 minutes. Taking a look at that particular storm, it too is fizzling out here and pretty much falling apart. So that's good news, folks. That really is good news, to be honest with you. That's what we like to see. Did have a few tornado warnings earlier when this line of storms had started up. Good news is those tornado warnings did not last for very long, and as far as we could tell, did not see any actual indication of tornadoes. So that's good news. Okay, so let's see here. No updates currently. Still have just the one severe thunderstorm warning now down in Arkansas. So that is good news. Our other warnings that we've been keeping an eye on are those flood warnings, flash flood warnings down in Louisiana. So if you are down in Louisiana, southern Mississippi, and you are in a flood warning, please seek shelter to higher ground. All right, so let's go ahead and take a look at our overall radar of the United States here. We'll turn off our surface front here. Oh, by the way, that did finally update as of 4 p.m., not 1 p.m. So again, still stationary front there, we can see. All right, so we have this line of storms that are now just non-severe storms from Milwaukee down to Davenport, east of Kansas City. This line is moving to the east. And currently, the only severe thunderstorm warning that we have is down in Arkansas, which is not even associated with that line. This particular severe thunderstorm warning is due to expire in literally 5-6 minutes. It's moving northeast. That particular storm at around 30 miles an hour. But again, as we've been keeping an eye on, that particular storm has been weakening and is not as much of a threat as it was earlier, which is really good news. The only thing that storm really has now is just a little bit of hail possibly and some minor wind. They're saying 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts for that particular storm down there in Arkansas. That's when it first went warranted. That storm was much bigger then. Don't anticipate that type of wind currently. If we take a look at our velocity radar, not seeing a whole lot of heavy wind with that particular storm right now. I'm seeing 30 mile an hour, 35 mile an hour, and that's nowhere near warranted criteria. In fact, that type of wind is not even coming to the ground, so it's even a little bit less than that. So, good news there. Taking a look at our other storms that we were monitoring earlier up here in Illinois and Iowa. These storms have definitely started to fizzle out. This particular one that we were watching over here by Hampshire, this one we were looking at some broad rotation earlier. No longer any rotation with that particular storm. Taking a look at over by Davenport, we had some other storms that we were keeping an eye on. Burlington specifically, there was some broad rotation. Still seeing some very broad rotation. Nothing too concerning as of right now. And in fact, I don't anticipate that to be a concern as this storm continues to move to the east. If we put our radar to motion here, we can see these storms are actually, yep, they're pretty much weakening, and they're actually congealing and becoming one line, which is actually beneficial. They're no longer individual supercells, so less likely to rotate in that manner. Let's take a look at some of these other storms that are out and about that we have not looked at. Just looking for any possible rotation with any of these storms. Not seeing any at this time, which is really, really good news. Let's just take a quick peek at our HRRR forecast, and I'm curious. I want to see what it's forecasting for the Cape now as we continue to progress forward with our forecasting here. So the Cape, I'll show you what I'm looking at here. So our Cape has to do with the available energy in the atmosphere. Now, granted, this isn't the only thing we look at to determine if there's going to be storms or not. There can be energy, but there could also be no ingredients for that energy to do anything with. So it's something to keep in mind. All right. You could have a hot oven in a sense, but if you don't put anything in it to bake, you're never going to bake a cake, right? So it's kind of the same aspect here. So that's what we're looking at here. And we can definitely see we have some Cape. But as we move this forward in our forecast, hour by hour with the HRRR forecast, we can see that that Cape is getting less and less and less. In fact, it's getting so less and less that as these storms get into the favorable area of that Cape, it's no longer really going to be there. There is a potential that these storms could move into this Cape near Chicago area. That's one thing I am watching, is this Cape is still there when the storms move into Chicago and possibly South Bend area. So what I'm looking at here right now, again, is the Cape to see what is the potential for storms. And if we take a look at our Cape, we read this in what's known as joules by kilogram. And the higher the number, the more potent the atmosphere is, or energy is available. You can see here near Chicago, over 1,000 joules. If we look further down to the south, we can definitely see quite a bit. But where we're really focusing on that potential for like tornado risk is here in the Midwest, Illinois, Iowa, Indiana area. Again, it all depends on what we have for storm activity when it gets into that favorable area. So then what I'm going to look at next here is I want to look to see where it's projecting these storms to be at about 2 to 3 hours out. So at 2 to 3 hours out, it's not even projecting the storms to be near where that Cape was strong. So if we go a little further out, 4 hours and 5 hours, then yes, there is a possibility. There is a possibility, but that Cape has fallen apart. So we'll be here for a little bit. We'll keep an eye on these storms as they continue to progress east. So once again, we are still keeping an eye on our line of storms that is progressing to the east. We're watching for further development as this line moves to the east to see what might happen. Earlier, we did have tornado warnings as well as severe thunderstorm warnings. The good news is we are tornado and severe thunderstorm free. All right, we have some storms out there that are probably on a little bit of the higher end, but not severe warned at this time. And that's the good news. What we are keeping an eye on, though, is the potential for additional storms to fire up. As these storms continue to fire up and they push east, we are seeing the potential for favorable conditions for the potential of tornadoes. But I think it's not as strong as it was earlier. As these storms push east, they're getting into less favorable conditions due to the time of day, right? We go into the nighttime. Typically, when that happens, we see our available energy get less and less. We also see, obviously, the heating of the day, which helps to build these storms, is less. So, where I'm really watching, to be honest with you, is around Chicago area. If these storms, if this line can make it there while the energy is still available. The forecast going forward does show the potential of enough energy to produce severe storms and possible tornadoes. The problem is if the storms aren't there when the energy is available, nothing happens. If the storms make it while the energy is still there, then we potentially could have some severe weather, possible tornadoes. So that's what we're keeping an eye on right now. So even though this storm right here has been getting less and less intense, which is good. This one here to the north of Hampshire, Illinois, Gilbert's, Illinois. However, what I just noticed is when I was looking at the velocity, it's very broad rotation, very, very broad. But when I utilize another radar that looks further up into the storm, I can actually see a little bit more of a rotation. And when I pull up the reflectivity, we can even see a little bit of an indent here. So we'll keep an eye on that one. We'll keep an eye on it. Just take a look at some of these other storms that are starting to produce here. That's one thing that we noticed is when the storms would produce earlier, that's when they were most vulnerable to rotate. All right, taking a look here at the latest radar scans, not seeing anything new at this time that is popping up and catching my attention, which is good news. Still keeping an eye on this storm here in Algonquin. I think is how you pronounce that, Algonquin. Some broad rotation on that one there. Still seeing a little bit of a hook. We'll keep an eye and see if that tightens up or not. You can see that backwards hook there, or that C in a sense. We'll see what happens with that there. Keep an eye on that. Got some other storms that have fired up. DeKalb, just to the west of DeKalb. We'll keep an eye on those as they start to form. Galesburg, keep an eye on some storms over here just to the south of Davenport. These storms did have a history of severe weather with high winds and heavy hail, or large hail, I should say. And taking a look here right now for any type of rotation or whatnot, not seeing any at this time. Are starting to see some storms or rain start to fire up in front of our main line, out ahead of it in Michigan, which is very far out ahead of that line there. So we'll keep an eye on those and see what happens. But again, we are still keeping an eye on our main line back here in Wisconsin, Illinois, Iowa, as well as Missouri as that line continues to progress east. We do have more storms that are firing up along this line as we continue to keep an eye on these storms here. Just take a look and see what's going on here to the east of Kansas City. Not seeing anything right at the moment that is catching my attention. All right, folks. So we are taking a look here at what's happening with our line of storms. We're keeping an eye on this. We are watching for some development here out in Michigan. Do have a little bit that is forming out ahead of the line that we are keeping an eye on. Specifically this one here just to the north of Grattan, southeast or southwest of Greenville. That one's getting a little bit interesting. Keeping an eye on that particular cell right there. We are also keeping an eye on a cell that is near Algonquin, Illinois. Definitely has some broad rotation with that. Currently not seeing anything on radar that's indicating that that's tightening up or anything. It's just some broad rotation. We're also keeping an eye on some storms that are to the south of Davenport. These storms have a history of producing a tornado warning, not an actual tornado, but a warning on them when they were further southeast or southwest. Good news is all of this is moving to the northeast and is currently not warned. No severe storm warnings out there, no tornado warnings out there anywhere. But we are keeping an eye on these for the possible development of tornadoes once these move a little bit further east. The conditions are favorable as they move further east, but not for much longer. So the question is, can they get there while the conditions are favorable, or will they get there once the conditions have subsided and no longer favorable? So that's what we're keeping an eye on. Once again, still looking at some of these storms that are developing in Michigan. Currently just more of a garden variety style storms. All right, folks, we are currently watching the development of some storms here in Michigan, keeping an eye on those. We were just looking at some possible slight rotation with this storm by Greenville. Looks like that rotation has let up a little bit, thankfully. Yep, no longer seeing the hook on that storm like I was a moment ago. We'll back this up on the radar and I'll show you what I was seeing. So right here, I was noticing, okay, kind of a slight hook, no biggie. Next one, definitely more of a hook here. Watching what this is going to do, we kind of see a little bit of wrap here. And then now that hook is no longer there. So that's good news. Good news. No longer there. So for those that are just tuning in here, we're keeping an eye on the potential for severe weather this evening across the Midwest. We actually have a line that has formed from north of Milwaukee now, all the way down to east of Kansas City, and this line is moving to the east, northeast, and it has had a history with these cells of producing severe thunderstorm warnings as well as tornado warnings. Those tornado warnings were a little bit further out to the west as the line had started forming. Good news is right now we have no warnings for severe or tornado. However, we are keeping an eye on some cells that are slightly rotating. And as we see cells develop, what we have noticed is they will potentially rotate. And if that rotation tightens up just enough, it might warrant a tornado warning for a short period of time. Storms are not staying tightly rotating for very long, actually. That's the biggest thing we've noticed is these storms will kick up in intensity when they form, and then they quickly die out. In fact, I can show you a good example of that here. I actually just had a storm here in Michigan that did that very same thing. So this storm up here near Greenville, Michigan, which is actually moving through Greenville right now, if we take a look at this past radar scans, when this storm started down in Cannon Township. And once it passed Cannon Township, you'll notice there's a little bit of a hook here. You can see the little tiny hook right at the end. And if we move it one frame further, we can see that hook got very prevalent. And then just as quickly as that hook was there, it was gone. And if we take a look at our radar velocity radar, we can see that very same indication. So as the storm was forming, here's where that hook was. We can see that prevalent potential rotation, broad rotation, but then the very next scan pretty much dissipated. And then the final scan, which is where we're at now, it's pretty much gone. In fact, there's the newest scan right there, and that rotation has really dissipated. So that's what we're watching with these storms as they are starting to fire up in front of our main line. That's the next thing that we're watching here. We do have favorable conditions out ahead of our line here, which is another thing that we're keeping an eye on. If we take a look at our HRRR model forecast, what we can see here is the potential for storms. We'll move this to our most recent forecast here. And if we push this out hour by hour, we can see our current broken line of storms. As we get to about midnight, this is about midnight right here, we can see that line of storms is still there. It's broken up though. And the other thing that we look for to see if we're going to have any severe weather is our CAPE. This allows us to see what the available energy is. And if we take a look at our available energy, we can see the energy is there right now. If these storms were a little bit further east, I think we'd be seeing a lot more severe weather on radar right now. We'd definitely see a lot more severe thunderstorm warnings, possibly tornado warnings. But those storms are not in that CAPE. There are some that are starting to fire up in the CAPE right now, so we'll see what happens. But as we move forward, hour by hour, by the time we even get just 2 hours out, so we're looking at about 10 o'clock or so Eastern time, that CAPE has really diminished. And as we continue to push out to 5 o'clock, or I'm sorry, to midnight, we can see that CAPE is pretty much dissipated in the area of where that line would be. We were noticing on radar that line was cutting through Michigan. There is literally no CAPE. That CAPE is gone. So, because the line is not matching with the CAPE, that's why we're not seeing anything right now. Again, your CAPE is available energy, all right? And a good way that I always like to put this into an analogy is if you're going to bake a cake, you have to have all the ingredients. If you have all the ingredients in a hot oven, but you never put those ingredients in the oven, you'll never create your cake. All right, it'll never bake. So you think about that kind of like a storm. Your cape is your hot oven. The hotter the oven, the more cape there is. And if we never put the ingredients in the oven, we'll never create anything. So that's basically where we're at right now. Is our line is still back here over Lake Michigan. Our cape is down near Chicago and further south and southwest. There is some cape here in Michigan. It's not that much, though. It really isn't. We measure cape in joules by kilogram, and the higher that number, the more energy there is. Down here in Chicago, we got lots of energy, but there's no storms right there at this moment. But that's what I'm watching, is as these storms progress further east, what is going to happen? The question is, how fast will they move over into the Chicago area? If we take a look at this cape and we move ahead just by 2 hours, our cape is pretty much diminished substantially, almost in half in the Chicago area. Now, there's still a little bit of cape there, 855 joules roughly, but it's a very narrow amount, narrow bandwidth of cape. Again, looking at 2 hours out. Let's take a look at the line one more time. What's the expected area of where that line will be in 2 hours? Well, if we take a look at our precipitation forecast 2 hours out, there is some, but not much. There's some, but not much. Back it up an hour. All right, so we're only an hour out here. And the storms aren't even into the Chicago area. So I don't think we're going to see anything in that area. All right, great question here. Anything by Ludington, Michigan? Great question. Let's take a look here. So up here by Ludington, Michigan, right now we have that main line is just to your south. Actually, it's just to your west, I should say. And the main bulk of that line is to your south, all right, where all the storms are. So I don't think Ludington is going to see anything. You're in rain, and that's you're seeing some lightning. Looking at the lightning map right now, I am seeing some lightning off to your west. You're seeing a beautiful lightning show, but I don't see any severe weather. Okay, no severe weather for Ludington. It is mainly going to be just rain, lightning, thunder. Looking at our velocity radar, I am not seeing any. I'm not seeing anything on velocity radar that's catching my attention here. I am seeing more rain than anything. So I think Ludington's going to be good for the night. Okay, you're going to get some rain, probably for the next couple hours, and then it's going to move out. All right, if we take a look, going back here real quick to our HRRR, we can take a look here at Ludington. And we'll get a closer view here real quick. Let me go in specifically to Michigan area. For those that don't know, Ludington is just south of Traverse City, so in about this area right here. So if we roll this forward hour by hour, we can see here in about a half hour, 9 p.m., you're in the rain. You're technically already there. This radar is a little bit behind. To be honest with you, I think these storms and this line is moving a little bit faster than the radar thought it would. But as we continue forward here, what we see is you're still in rain, and that's it. I'm not seeing anything substantial. Going back to the Cape that we were talking about earlier for the Ludington area, if we take a look at the, here we go, the Cape, there's nothing. There's nothing there. So, to answer your question, Ludington, Michigan, just rain. Enjoy the rain. Enjoy the warm weather. tomorrow it's going to be cold. It's going to start cooling down, but we're still going to be above average, which is great. I think we'll stay above average for a little while, but it's definitely not going to be like 70s or mid 60s like it was. But we'll definitely be above average, 40s, 50s for the next week or so, and then we'll see what happens. So hopefully that helped answer your question there, and helped you out make a decision as to what to do for the rest of the night and into tomorrow. Thanks for joining and commenting. Do appreciate it. All right, jumping back here, I want to take a look at some other storms that we've been keeping an eye on here in Illinois and Michigan. There's one that we've been keeping an eye on here in Illinois that has had a history of some rotation. It even had a severe thunderstorm warning on it at one time, and it's the storm that is to the east of McHenry, south of Round Lake Beach. All right, so if you know anybody in this area, let them know. We are keeping an eye on this here. What I'm looking for is more of the rotation than anything. Very broad rotation at this time. We are getting further from the radar with this particular storm, so we are looking quite high up in the storm. We are seeing some broad rotation with that. We have been seeing that, but other than that, nothing else. The other storm I was keeping an eye on is here in Michigan, over by Greenville, Michigan. This particular storm did have a history of some broad rotation, never was warranted or anything. It was very quick. It was literally there for one scan and then gone for the next. But this particular storm has really gotten a lot less in intensity. We can show you what we were looking at earlier. What prompted that initial review was shortly after it had formed, it created this little hook. And that little hook there is very important to pay attention to. Thank you so much for the sub. Really appreciate that. Really helps out the channel. We're hoping to be doing this a lot more this summer, so definitely turn those notifications on when time permits, provided I'm not busy. I do plan on going online and providing weather information. So thank you so much for subbing there. So we look at this hook, and that hook indicates that we have some possible rotation. Well, when we look at our velocity scan at the very same time, we can see that sure enough, right there, there was some rotation. It was very broad, not much, and because it only lasted literally for one scan, there was really no need to do anything with it on the National Weather Service side. So, definitely got some wind there to the south of Greenville, most likely out of that storm. But other than that, though, that was it. In fact, it never got warranted or anything, and we can now see that that particular rotation has really dissipated and is very minimal. In fact, it's non-existent. So let's take a look back here at this main line that is continuing to move off to the east. Still keeping an eye on that storm there to the east. I'm sorry, to the west of Waukegan. Again, very, very broad rotation there, looking very high up in the storm with that one there. So not a whole lot going on with that particular storm here. Look down here by Davenport. We had some storms that were starting to fire up. Looking for anything that catches our attention. Just seeing a lot of storm rain. Nothing severe right now to the east of Burlington, Galesburg, south of Davenport. We can see this line here, almost like we have two lines that are trying to form. If we take a look at our overall radar, yep, we do have what appears to be two distinct lines that are trying to form, one in front of the other. These very well could congeal and just become one big line eventually as this whole line continues to move to the east. So we'll keep an eye on it and see what happens. All right, so once again, keeping an eye on this line of storms that is continuing to slowly move off to the east-northeast here. Currently do not have any warnings, but we are keeping an eye on some storms that do have some broad rotation with them, but not seeing anything right now that is cause for concern. Good news is, as these storms continue to move off to the east, northeast, they do appear to be getting weaker, which is good news. We are keeping an eye, though, as they continue to move east, though. There is some potential for some energy for them to interact with, potentially then becoming stronger. So we're going to stay on for a little bit longer here. We'll see what happens. Looking at our future radar, good news is it does appear that the energy is going to get less and less as the night goes on. So as these storms move into that area, potentially there could be no energy available. But we do have one little corridor right near the Chicago area that I'm watching. It all depends on if these storms can make it there or not before that energy dissipates completely. Do want to welcome those that have joined. Please don't forget. Do appreciate those likes and subscribes. Keeps our channel going here as we continue to grow and look to be doing this on a more regular basis throughout the summer. So just looking at our future radar here, let me pull that up, take a look at this together here. And what I'm trying to figure out here is there going to be any energy available for these storms as they get into the Chicago area? So these storms are expected to be into the Chicago area if our forecast holds true at around, let's see here, about 3 hours from now. So we're looking at around 11 o'clock Central Time. Yep, around 11 o'clock. So do see on the future radar here that for the forecast with our HRRR forecast, it is showing the potential for some storms to ignite. Now, what am I looking for? Not only for the radar to show me, but I want to see what energy is available for these storms if they were to ignite at that time. So I'm going to go take a look at our CAPE. I'm going to look at our surface-based CAPE. We'll take a look at the mixed layer as well here in just a second. So our surface-based CAPE, we can see there's a lot of energy available in the Chicago area right now, over 1,300 joules per kilogram. That is a lot of energy available for these storms to ignite and continue to get stronger. But that's right now. What happens if we look at 3 hours from now? Well, 3 hours from now, we can see that that CAPE is a lot less. In fact, we're not even to 1,000 joules per kilogram. So the intensity of the energy has diminished quite a bit by the time those storms get there. Let's take a look at that mixed layer CAPE. Same thing. 3 hours out. We do have some CAPE though. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, there is still some around 1,000, but It's a very small corridor, and it all depends on where those storms are at that time. If these storms speed up, they might get to it. If they slow down, they're not. If they stay at the current speed they're moving, I don't think they will either. So the potential is there, but I don't anticipate it. So we're keeping an eye on the current storms that are out there right now. We're looking at radar velocity for wind, looking for rotation. We're also keeping an eye on the reflectivity to see where these storms are, the heavier rain is, hail, and so forth. Good news is we don't have any severe weather. Well, I take that back. We just had one initiate. That's down in Arkansas. We've been keeping an eye on those too. Not too concerning for those ones. So down there in Arkansas, do have a storm here that has finally reached severe criteria once again. Let's see here. This particular one is for southeastern Poinsett County, northeastern St. Francis County, northwestern Crittenden County, eastern Cross County until 8:15 Central Time. This storm is moving northeast at 20 miles an hour with 60-mile-an-hour winds and penny-size hail. So our hail size has actually come down. Before we were seeing quarter size, ping pong size, golf ball size. We were seeing some pretty big hail out of these storms earlier. So that's really good news that these storms have really dropped in intensity. Do see some wind there on the velocity scan, but no rotation or anything, which is good. Taking a look here, back up in our line that we've been watching all evening in the Midwest area. There's one storm we've been keeping an eye on. It is now to the west of North Chicago and Gurnee. This particular storm has had a history of some broad rotation ongoing. It was warranted at one time for a severe thunderstorm warning. I don't recall. I don't think it ever had a tornado warning on it. But because of that rotation, when we've been keeping an eye on it, seeing some very broad rotation right now. Nothing too concerning. Just very broad rotation. Again, we're looking very high up in the storm for this particular one with how far away from the radar we are. So if we have rotation that we're seeing, it's way up in the atmosphere, not necessarily coming down to the ground. The two closest radars for this are actually quite a ways from that storm. It's actually our closest radar here. Let's see. This particular radar is approximately 45 to 50 miles away. And our other one by Juliet is 50 miles away, roughly. So we're looking way up into the storm with being that far away. Oh, I just realized you're not able to see the radar. I am so sorry. There we go. Get it back on the right scene there. So yeah, from Juliet, we can see that that's about 50 miles away. And the other one here up in Wisconsin is also about 50 miles away, 45 to 50 miles away. So, yeah, very far from the storm. So what we're seeing is very high up. Getting a lot of pop-up storms here. So again, this is something we're going to keep an eye on here, is what happens with these storms as they start to develop. Earlier today, as these storms would develop, they would rotate right at the very beginning, rotate a little bit. Some were producing tornado warnings because of the strong rotation, but then it would dissipate. Only a couple of them had a rotation and tornado warning for a very long time. Most of them were very quick and not very long, which was nice. We like to see it when that happens. are keeping an eye on another line of storms that is attempting to form out ahead of our main line here in Michigan. One of these storms did rotate at the very beginning when it formed near Greenville, and that was very shortly lived, was never warranted. I think had there been a couple scans of the rotation we were seeing, there very well could have been some sort of warning on it, but it dissipated relatively quick. Literally one scan we saw rotation, the next scan it was gone. In fact, we can show you what that looked like here. So I'll back this up here. This storm near Greenville, right there. So we had rotation just as it had formed. It was forming right there. There's our rotation. It was very broad. It wasn't very tight, and it wasn't very strong, but it was definitely some rotation. And then the very next scan, it was much smaller, and then it dissipated. There was no more rotation there. And if we look at this on the reflectivity, you can actually see where we saw that rotation with that storm as it formed over Grattan, and then it started to produce a little bit of a hook. And as it passed Grattan, that's where we had that really good hook, and that's where we saw that stronger rotation on the velocity radar. Very next one, gone. That hook was very minimal, and the one right after, there was no longer a hook. As you can see, that storm continued to dissipate, and now it's all the way up here into Stanton, and it is pretty much just a garden variety thunderstorm now. So again, as these storms form, like I mentioned, we see a quick spin up on them, and sometimes that spin up is pretty strong, other times it's not. Looks like the majority of these now that are starting to fire up are a lot less. Keeping an eye on these storms that are firing up here over in Rockford area to see what happens here with these as they continue to move east. So we can see we have like almost two distinct lines that are forming one right after another, which is very interesting. My guess is these are going to eventually gel together as one thicker line of storms. So let's take a look at these here real quick. Let's look at our velocity radar and see what we have going on for any rotation or anything. I'm not seeing anything right now, which is good news. Yeah, I don't think we're going to get much more out of these here, to be honest with you, as we continue to push further east and that cape gets less and less. In fact, that line that was in, or I should say those storms that were in Michigan have now pretty much gelled together and created their own little line. Still a little bit of separation on the reflectivity, but when we look at the velocity, it's all pretty much one. Not going to see, I don't think, anything much out of those. If we do, I'll be surprised. So we still have our other line that has formed. This was all the way back in Milwaukee not too long ago, and now over the lake and into northern Michigan to the east of Manistee, west of Cadillac, up to Traverse City. Again, we're just seeing some garden variety thunderstorms. Nothing severe. Looking at the lightning radar on my other screen here. Definitely seeing quite a bit of lightning, which is wonderful. Love to see the lightning. Beautiful to watch in the night sky. Same with that thunder. You can listen to it off in the distance as it rolls in. So taking a look at our radar once again here. Our main line is now pretty much over the lake shore, or the Lake Michigan, I should say. Have another line that's forming behind it, though. This is more of a garden variety storms from the looks of it. Let's take a look at this one up here in Madison. That seems like a little bit bigger of a storm. Take a look at the radar velocity here. Not seeing any rotation with that. Just normal wind. Nothing severe. Take a look down by Davenport, where we have some other storms that are starting to initiate. And taking a look here, not seeing any rotation with those, which is good. So the good news is, do believe we are seeing a lot less and less as it pertains to the potential for severe weather. I think we're going to have more of just a line of storms that's going to start to push east as this line continues to build. But we'll keep an eye on it because the ingredients are still there out ahead of this line if the line makes it to those ingredients. We do have another severe thunderstorm warning, though, that has just popped up in Missouri. Let's take a look at that one here by Poplar Bluff. That is on the fringe of our radar. Oh my goodness. Oh no, there it is. Okay, not the fringe. We're kind of close. Okay, let's take a look here. Let's see what's going on with this one. Here's our reflectivity. Definitely have some hail. All right, we see some hail there. Let's see what it's warned for here. This is warned right now for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail until 8:15 Central Time. Again, that's 8:15 Central Time. Currently, severe thunderstorm is in central Butler County. That's where our warning is. And again, 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-size hail. So if we take a look at our radar velocity here, again, not seeing any rotation or anything, which is good news. So it appears to be just a severe thunderstorm warning. Do have that other severe thunderstorm warning still happening right now in Arizona. And that particular one is to the west of Memphis. And this particular severe thunderstorm warning is due to expire in 17 minutes. Still has 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail associated with it. Seeing some broad rotation with that one, very broad, but nothing too concerning as of right now. So the two severe thunderstorm warnings are not even associated with our main line that we've been watching. These are out ahead of the line by quite a bit, actually. One thing I would like to do here really quick is just take a look and see if we have a new update on um, our frontal boundaries here, surface fronts. And taking a look here, the most recent update was at 4 p.m. Supposed to update about every 3 hours or so. So do not see a new scan here. So as of 4 o'clock, we had our stalled front that was draped through Michigan, Illinois, into Iowa and Missouri and beyond. That particular frontal boundary, I think, is just a little bit further east now, but probably not by much because it was a stalled front to begin with. Again, that was as of 4 o'clock this afternoon, Eastern time. Let's take a look here and let's take another gander at some of these storms that we have up here in Illinois and Iowa. And let's take a look and see what they're doing right now. Good news is a lot of those flash flood warnings have been allowed to expire. There's only just one out there now. So taking a look here at our most recent scan, again, we still have those pop-up showers and storms that are forming on our main line here near Rockford, Illinois. We also have that main line extending into Michigan, northwest part of lower Michigan. And we have some other storms that have formed out ahead of the line, quite a bit out ahead of the line here, in fact, near Crystal, just south of Mount Pleasant. And what else we got down here? Ionia, to the east of Belding. Taking a look here at these storms here for the velocity. Nothing to be concerned of right now. No rotation with those. Let's go back here to our storms that we've been watching in Illinois, especially this particular one that is south of Kenosha and north of Waukegan. That one has had a history of rotation, broad rotation that is. Still has some broad rotation, but nothing too concerning. Take a look at these storms over here by Davenport that have initiated. Not seeing anything right now of concern, which is really good news. These are looking more like just regular springtime thunderstorms. No severeness with them. But we'll keep an eye on them. I'm going to take a look down here. Yep, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning here that expires in 43 minutes. And this is a continuation of the other one that was in Poplar Bluff. But we have a new severe thunderstorm warning now for central Strodard County in southeastern Missouri. And this goes until 8:45 Central Time for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Not seeing any rotation with that one, by the way, down there near Bloomfield, Puxico, or Bell City. That particular storm is warranted again for wind 60-mile-an-hour and quarter size hail. So I'm not seeing any rotation with that one, which is good news. I'm going to take a look at our future radar, the HRRR, see if there's a new update for that. And let's take a look at our available CAPE, or again, our available energy. So taking a look here right now as it stands, there is still some energy out there near Chicago that these storms could tap into, as well as further southwest of Chicago. But as those storms get there, again, looking at about an hour out, still have some energy. But as soon as we get to 2 hours out, again, we're looking at 2 hours out from now is really, what is that, 11 o'clock Eastern time, 10 o'clock Central time. We can see that our CAPE has really started to fall apart and continues to do so as we push further out. And to be honest, I don't think these storms are going to make it there. I really don't. I'm watching how these storms are forming and where they're forming. And they just have too far to run to get to that CAPE before the energy is completely lost. Now, our newest run of our surface-based CAPE does actually give us a little bit more than what we saw previously for this particular time frame. So if we look at our last run of the HRRR, we can see there's there's some CAPE there, but it's definitely not very much. I mean, 1274, yep, that's quite a bit. But as I go further north into like Michigan and so forth, there's hardly any CAPE there. But if we go to our most recent scan and we take a look, we got a little bit of extra CAPE here. And I don't know where it's getting this. It's seeing something. But I want to show you really quick something that just caught my attention. I don't know if it's an anomaly or what. But let's go back to that surface-based CAPE. And it's pulling in a 2,500 joule kilogram out over Lake Michigan there. That's amazing to see that. I think that's more of an anomaly because it's just that one little dot point. It's not very big, so nothing too concerning most likely. Still have around 1,000 to 1,300 joules around Chicago. If we take a look at a little further south here in Illinois, we can see our CAPE is 12 to 1,300, 1,400, somewhere in there. On average, 1,500. But again, our storms have got to get all the way there, like now. And if we look an hour out or even 2 hours out, by the time they get there, which is really going to be more like 3 hours, there's going to be nothing for them to tap into. So I think it's just going to be more of like garden variety storms. Yeah, so if we look here, these storms are only moving at about 35 miles an hour on average. 30 to 35. And if we look at them moving northeast, got to keep that in mind. Northeast, you do see we have a new severe thunderstorm warning there just south of Davenport. We'll look at that here in just a second. But, 35 miles an hour. Oops, wrong one. I want this one. 35 miles an hour. Let's take it all the way out to Chicago where that CAPE is. I'll look at this severe thunderstorm warning in just a moment. But even to get to Chicago, like, we're talking a long time from now. We're talking over 3 hours. I don't think the energy is going to be there for it. I don't think so. Let's take a look, though, at the severe thunderstorm warning, though, that we did just see pop up here just south of Davenport. And this is currently warranted for southeastern Henry County in northwestern Illinois and southwestern Bureau County in northwestern central Illinois as well until 8:45 Central Time. 8:45 Central Time, so about 40 minutes here. And this is actually for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, and that's it. No hail associated with that particular one there. Let's take a look at the radar velocity, see if we see anything. Nothing right now, just high winds. All right, folks, just high winds. In fact, I'm not even really seeing anything on the radar velocity, to be honest with you. But it has been warranted. It's radar indicated. That's something to keep in mind, radar indicated. And ultimately, just wind. No, or I'm sorry, no, this was actually not radar indicated. I thought it was. Emergency management is the ones who called it in. So they called the National Weather Service and said, "Hey, we just saw a wind at such and such amount, most likely 60 or so miles an hour, and so because of that, it was spotter indicated. They're going to go ahead and warrant it." So that's the reason why. Not radar indicated, actually. It was emergency management, so my apologies on that one. So again, taking a look at these storms that are forming over here in Wisconsin, Illinois, and even a little bit in Iowa. These storms, again, not a lot to them right now, and they are moving northeast, typically around 30, 35 miles an hour. This particular storm that we were just looking at a second ago here, 35 miles an hour, moving east. I would say it's moving more northeast, personally, just by looking at the most recent radar scan. Take a look here really quick. Which way is this going? Yeah, it actually turned. Did you see that last couple scans? It turned. Now it's going east. It was going northeast. Now it's going east. That's interesting, but something to keep in mind. Storms can move and change direction at any time, especially when you have like a tornado with them. That's something to keep in mind too, is your tornado could be going one way one moment and then turn and go another way. So again, our storms here in Illinois, again, are quite far from Chicago, where we were looking at that energy in the HRRR forecast. We do see some storms are starting to pop up to the east of Ottawa, southwest of Joliet, south of Aurora. Keep an eye on these here, see what happens with them. See, these are popping up in that energy. So this is going to be interesting to see what happens as these storms start to grow. Are they going to grow and produce severe weather? They are in the energy right now. So let's see what happens. We'll keep an eye on those. Let's take a look here. We have another severe thunderstorm warning that has just popped up. And this one is just north of Galesburg. And let's take a look at this one here. In fact, actually, I have a couple more that have just popped up here. So let's take a look at them here. We have 4 active severe thunderstorm warnings all of a sudden. Got some in Missouri as well. Take a look at that one here real quick. Okay, that's another continuation of the one we looked at earlier, the Puxico. Looks like they might have actually extended that severe thunderstorm warning out because that storm has gotten a little bit larger. And let's take a look here at, by the way, that expires in 28 minutes. We have 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail on that one. That one goes until, like I said, another 28, 30 minutes or so. So, what is that? 45 after the hour. And let's take a look here at our next one here. Stark, Illinois. This one's a little bit bigger one. 70-mile-an-hour winds. This is a newer one that just recently popped up. Keeping an eye on this one here for sure now. It does have a note of a possible tornado with that, most likely due to the velocity. We'll take a look at that here in just a minute. But 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts with this particular one here, radar indicated. No hail with this one. We do see a little bit of a inflow here. Let's take a look at the velocity. Not seeing any return indicating any type of rotation on that one currently. So that's good news. Taking a look here at our next one here. This one is also just lining right up with the other one that we just looked at. Stark, Knox, and Henry, all in Illinois. This particular one here is for 60-mile-an-hour winds until 8:45 Central Time. And then our last one that we'll look at here in the list is down in Arkansas. And this particular one here is for eastern Craighead County and northeastern Poinsett County until 9 p.m. Central Time. This one has 60-mile-an-hour winds and, bigger, half-dollar size hail. So definitely something to pay attention to there. If you're outdoors, please get indoors for that one. Should really do that for all severe thunderstorm warnings, by the way, just because you just never know what might happen with them, especially if they have hail associated with them. I'm going to go back to our one that had the possible tornado indicator on it. I want to back this up and see on the radar velocity if we had something of any type of indication. Maybe right there, possibly. Yeah, maybe right there. Very broad rotation, but there could have been a little bit of rotation that they were looking at on radar from the National Weather Service there, and that's what prompted the indication there of possible tornado. But again, not seeing any rotation at this time. Again, that is warranted also for wind of 70 miles an hour. So let's take a look really quick. I want to go back to our HRRR radar forecast and take a look. Just want to see at this time here, roughly around 9 o'clock or so, what did our cape look like? Do have some cape out there according to the forecast. But I'm not seeing, a whole lot. But there is some out there, 11 to 14, maybe 1500 joules per kilogram. So there's definitely some energy out there for sure. Let's take a little bit of a wider view of our cape here. There we go. Again, we got about 1400, anywhere from 1000 to 1400 in that area where those storms are. And as they continue to push east, we'll see what happens with that energy, if it stays or if it dies out. See our surface base cape, we can see it's really starting to die out at 9 o'clock Central Time. And even at 10 o'clock, it's very little. So I'm very interested to see what happens here. I really am. I want to see if this cape stays or if it goes away, because our most recent scan forecast for the latest run put more surface base cape in there. So I'm interested to see what happens when we look at the next model run, which should be coming through soon. Just going back and taking a look at this line as it's moving into Michigan, just seeing if anything happens as it gets back onto land from the lake there. I'm not seeing anything right now. Just some good storms for sure for those that are in this area, from Peacock to Baldwin, Colfax, Shelby, Whitehall, Holton, Fremont. I think I said Lilly, Chase. You're all probably seeing some really good lightning at this time. Maybe hearing some good thunder. Again, all these storms here are moving to the northeast at about 30 to 35 miles an hour or so. So enjoy the lightning and the thunder for sure, and the pitter patter of the rain. Definitely going to be continuing for a while. Take a look at the HRRR here as well, which we can do. You can see where this line's going to end up here real soon and so forth, and what's going to happen with it. So again, our HRRR is just a little bit behind here, but that's okay. But we can see here as we push this forward, see it is actually forecasting to build pretty good line of storms moving into Chicago there in about 4 hours. I probably won't be up for that. That's quite a ways off, but definitely going to have some rain and thunder throughout the night here in the Michigan area. You see that line, as I was talking about, those two separate lines really congealing into one line. You see that happen. So here's your first line right here going across right now, Traverse City to Milwaukee down to Davenport. And as we push this forward, you'll see that line kind of like fizzle out almost, but it also kind of holds up. And then the line behind it catches up with it. And then boom, we have one big line here, thick line too at that, as it continues to push across. So for those in Michigan, it is going to be raining all night once it starts, by the looks of it. Oh, here we go. We have a tornado warning, folks. Here is a new tornado warning. This is for southeastern Henry County in northwestern Illinois, southwestern uh, Barrow County in north central Illinois. This is a radar indicated tornado. Radar indicated tornado. The storm is moving uh, east northeast at 30 miles an hour. Let's go back to our radar and take a look at this, folks. And let's see what the National Weather Service is looking at. Sure enough, there's that inflow notch right there, just to the east of Galva. Oops, sorry, you're not able to see this, are you? My apologies. Here we go. Let's try that again. Here we are. Here is our tornado warning to the east of Galva. And let's take a look at that radar velocity. Not seeing anything, maybe right here, just to the southeast of Galva. Some broad rotation right there, but definitely have that inflow notch right here to the east of Galva. So let's see what happens with this, folks. Very interesting on how they put this polygon in. I'm guessing this has probably been put together because there's two National Weather Services that are touching each other here for their boundaries. And that's the reason why this polygon here looks the way it does. And it cuts off. You would think it would go down and come across over here from Bradford and back over, but it's not. Okay, so what should we be doing right now? Well, if you are east of Galva, you should be getting to your safe spot right now. Kewanee, get to your safe spot right now. If you are in anywhere on US 34 and 91 and 78, somewhere in that area, should be taking shelter immediately. If you're to the east of that, take shelter immediately. Elmira, you are technically not in the tornado warning. However, if that was a more of a true polygon, you would be. And if this is moving to the east, it is on its way towards you. So please, I would encourage you to seek shelter now, even though you're technically not in that warning. Let's track this out here. We said that this was moving at 35 miles, or I'm sorry, 30 miles an hour northeast. So let's track where this is going. So northeast, 35 miles an hour. Some of the places where this is going to be. Elmira in 12 minutes. Just talked about Elmira just a second ago. Osceola in 17 minutes. Lombardville, 28 minutes. Morrison, 29. Burnett in 29. Providence in 35 minutes. So if I just called out any location you are nearby, please seek shelter at this time as this tornado warning is heading towards your way. Again, we do have an active tornado warning right now for Galva and Kewanee. This is a radar indicated tornado, and this goes until 9:15 Central Standard Time. 9:15 Central Standard Time. And take a look at our radar velocity, see if we have a new scan. No new scan quite yet here, but hopefully we'll be getting one here any moment. Again, that updates about every 2 to 3 minutes. So hopefully we'll get another one here in just a moment. And we'll be able to hopefully see that dissipate. That's the goal here. And yeah, so again, this has been warranted. We have this inflow notch here. Do have that little bit of rotation, broad rotation, from what I'm seeing on radar here. How far are we from the radar? Not too far, so we're not looking too far up into the storm here, which is good. Let's take a look at our correlation coefficient. This will help us identify if we see anything on the ground for debris. And currently not seeing anything. Go back to that radar velocity. Still do not have a update scan quite yet. Still waiting for that new scan to come through here. But this is what they're looking at right here, just southeast of Galva, which is probably a little bit further east now, to be honest with you. The storm continues to move, even though the radar is not updated. Take a look and see if we have a new scan for our reflectivity. Nothing yet. All right, so we're still waiting for this to come through. Yep, still waiting for an updated scan here. Not seeing anything on the scan here. Still a few minutes. Has not updated yet. Normally it's about every 2 to 3 minutes. So some radar locations do take a little bit longer for some reason, unfortunately. So this could be one of those where we're still waiting for that radar scan to come through. There it goes. Finally came through. Because it updated 9:33. And let's take a look at our velocity. Velocity is not updated. By the way, the velocity and the reflectivity do not always update at the exact same time, as you can see here. But we can look at our reflectivity, though, and we can get an idea of what's going on. Good news is what I am seeing is that inflow notch has been closed off with some rain that is wrapping around it, and that's good news. All right, so when that inflow gets cut off or choked, it actually stops the inflow of the wind in a sense, therefore hopefully stopping that rotation. Not always the case, because sometimes you can still have rotation behind the rain, which is more so what's known as a rain-wrapped rotation or tornado, if there actually is one on the ground. But in this instance here, because there was not a whole lot of rotation to begin with, choking it off with that wrap around is good news. So let's take a look at that velocity, see if we have an update, and we do. And there we go. Yep, so we can see that that is definitely much more of a broad rotation than what it was before. If we back this up just one scan, we can see how much tighter that was. Your red and green side by side. Again, it's still more of a broad rotation here. But if we push this out to the most recent scan, we can see it definitely widens out and more disconnected from your reds and greens, which is good. Take a look at that correlation coefficient. We'll see if anything was kicked up. Not seeing anything on the scan here. Great news. Great news. All right, so we'll keep an eye on that particular tornado warning there. Nothing right now from what I can tell, but we are still going to treat that as an actual tornado. So if you are in this area, all right, once again, if you're in the area of the tornado warning, Galva, Kewaunee, anywhere near there, Sheffield, please seek shelter now. Again, just because we don't see much rotation right this moment doesn't mean anything. It could literally spin back up at any moment. All right, it could happen in between scans of the radar, so it is better to be in your safe spot, especially now with it being dark outside. You can't see anything anyway. Might as well be safe, right? Get indoors to your safe spot. Take a look. We have some other line of storms trying to form here near the Chicago area, Joliet area, Coal City, Morris. Again, these are just garden variety storms right now. Not seeing anything with those, thankfully, in regards to rotation or anything. So that's another thing we were talking about earlier with the with the Cape, right? That energy, that available energy, is it there? Is it not going to be there? We're getting to that point where we were talking about it not being there. So we'll see what happens here. By the way, if we look at a different radar, we use a further away radar, the Joliet radar, we can actually see that rotation near Kawani a little bit better. So there is still technically rotation in that storm, but it's really high up in the atmosphere. Um, that's what we're looking at. The further we look away from the radar, the higher in the atmosphere we are looking at in the storm. The Earth is curved, so as the radar goes away and pushes out, it goes further and further up into the atmosphere. Is how that works. So draw a straight line from the radar out as you add in the curvature of the atmosphere, or I should say the Earth. Then you obviously climb higher and higher into the atmosphere. Do you have another severe thunderstorm warning that is now near to the east of Cedar Rapids, Iowa? Take a look at this particular one here. This is for hail. This particular storm is warranted for northern Cedar County and southeastern Jones County, both in Iowa, until 9 p.m. Central Time, and this is for quarter size hail. Quarter size hail. Taking a look back at our tornado warned storm here. Do have a new radar scan here that came through. We can see that inflow notch is no longer there, and our broad rotation is even more broad now, thankfully. Again, if we take a look at the radar from Joliet, this has even a newer scan, and we still see the rotation there, but it is, again, very high up in the atmosphere. It's broad rotation. It's not very tight. And the reason I keep talking about how far up in the atmosphere it is if we take a look at how far we are from the radar to that rotation. Oops, wrong one. Let me try that one again. We are approximately 100 miles. We're looking way up in the atmosphere. All right, so just something to keep in mind. Let's take a look here again. We're going to reload that Davenport radar there. And again, yep, there's a new scan, 939. Very, very broad rotation now, so that rotation is pretty much gone. But again, can't see everything. We can only see what we see on radar. So if you're in the warranted location, please make sure to still seek shelter until that warning has fully expired. Do have another severe thunderstorm warning now here in Iowa. I'm sorry, Illinois, my apologies. Northwestern Fulton County. This goes until 9 o'clock Central Time. This is for quarter size hail as well. Looks like we're starting to get some more hail again with our storms as they are moving into this more favorable cape. Again, that energy that's available. I'm just looking at these storms again in Michigan because they're, according to our HRRR radar forecast, there was some cape that was available in Michigan. It wasn't much, but there was some. I'm just curious, just taking a look here real quick, see what we see. Not seeing much right now on radar in regards to anything concerning. Just some garden variety storms there. If I take a look here on my other screen, just looking at the lightning radar, definitely have a lot of lightning associated with those storms. And really all the storms that are out there are definitely producing a lot of lightning, which is awesome. Nice light show this evening. So going back to our one and only tornado warning that we have right now, just taking a look at that, it does have some hail with it, so it's definitely good size hail too. From looking at the radar here, although it is only indicated in the tornado warning call out here, it's less than a 3/4 size inch hail. But if you look at the severe thunderstorm warning that's associated within and around, that says the same thing about 3/4 size inch hail. But the hail core has actually gotten bigger since that original warning went up. So I'm thinking that hail might have grown just a little bit. Take a look at that hail core again. That purple there is our hail core. If we back up, we can see that hail core. This is where that tornado warning went into effect. There's very little bit of a hail core there. And as that indent inflow notch there subsided, the hail core actually kind of grew a little bit and now became a little bit more elongated. So a nice long path of some hail there. All right, just got a new scan here. Good news, even that hail core has actually subsided as well. So we still have our tornado warning, but no longer do we have the inflow notch. That's good news. If we take a look at our velocity scan, very, very, very broad rotation. Not seeing anything right now. I'm watching down here near Lafayette, very broad rotation with that, very minimal. But yeah, we're good. If you're still in that tornado warning, though, I would encourage you to stay in your safe spot, though, just because you just never know. That's the funny thing about tornadoes, is one moment it can look like there's nothing on radar, and the very next moment you have a tornado, and it's a nice tornado, big tornado. So things can happen very fast. Again, these radar scans come through every 2 to 3 minutes or so, and sometimes even a little bit longer, as we've seen here with this one. So sometimes they're missed. A new severe thunderstorm warning was just issued for Lafayette, Toulon, and Wyoming. Bradford, let's take a look at that particular one here. And this is for Stark County in north central Illinois, east central Knox County, and west central Illinois until 9:15. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and nickel size hail. And of course, it does have that call out there for a possible tornado with that severe thunderstorm warning that we were just talking about. That's just due to the fact that we had the tornado warning to the north. And like I said, we are seeing a little bit of rotation, not very much, but there is a little indication of rotation just south of Lafayette, but it's very, very little. But we'll keep an eye on that. Take a look at the reflectivity here. You can see we do have a little bit of an inflow notch here, just north of Wyoming, south of Lafayette. So those are things just to keep an eye on. Again, it could just be how the storm's moving. It's not necessarily an inflow all the time just because you see a notch, but because we know that there's indication of rotation with this storm, and we've seen that. Anytime we see an inflow notch, we definitely want to take it seriously for this one. All right, just got a new scan here. Do have some hail also again south of Lafayette there. Still have our tornado warning, Kewanee, Sheffield. So if you're in that area, please make sure to stay in your safe spot. Let's take a look here at our velocity scan. There's a new velocity scan right there. Very broad rotation. Great news. Love to see that. This particular tornado warning expires in 28 minutes. I could see them actually canceling that early. So we'll keep an eye on this and see what happens. So again, only tornado warning that we have right now is for Kewanee up to Sheffield here. Again, this tornado warning is radar indicated. It was radar indicated rotation originally. Very, very broad rotation now. Hardly any rotation actually with this particular one. But let's treat it like there is one. So if you are in that area, please make sure to take cover and protect yourself. I'm going to take a quick gander at a couple other things here real quick as we're watching that tornado warning and the few severe thunderstorm warnings that we have out there. As I mentioned earlier, I was keeping an eye on some of the storms that were moving through Michigan for the potential of quick spin-ups, maybe. Still not seeing any rotation, thankfully. But there is some cape in the area, so we'll keep an eye on those storms. In fact, actually, let's see, are these storms kind of dying out here as they move northeast? A little bit, but they're more gelling together to create a line, so that's even better. When that happens, you don't really get as much spin up as easily. So again, we also were looking at the possibility of storms forming near Chicago, and that has happened. So we're going to keep an eye on those and watch and see what happens. So just to recap here, real quick, we do have our one tornado warning here to the east of Kewanee, south of Sheffield, over here in, over here in, where are we at here? Sorry, trying to figure out exactly where we were. My apologies. Over here in Illinois. So we're keeping an eye on these, or I'm sorry, on this tornado warning here. Again, our rotation is very weak now. Looking way up into the atmosphere, we do see a little bit of rotation there. But good news is not seeing a whole lot. We just had a update here. Still seeing some very broad rotation. Nothing too concerning right now. But again, if you are in that tornado warning, please continue to seek shelter for about another 23 minutes, unless that gets canceled early. Well, the good news is that severe thunderstorm warning that is um, in Illinois here, north of about 12 miles north of Wyoming. That particular severe thunderstorm warning no longer has the indication of possible tornadoes. So that tells me that even the National Weather Service is seeing that that rotation is pretty much gone. Again, I think they're going to go ahead and let that tornado warning that is there, that is due to expire in about 20 minutes, go ahead and just ride itself out and then expire. So that's good news. And yep, there we go. So um, that tornado warning has been allowed to expire, which is great. Good to see that. It expired early, which is great. And not seeing any rotation. So that is good to see. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning, though, that did go into place, though, in front of that, though. And this is for western Putnam County and southern Bureau County in north central Illinois until 9:45 Central Time. So 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, no hail with that, thankfully. Do have that other severe thunderstorm warning just to the south that's due to expire in about 17 minutes. This particular one has 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and nickel-size hail. Radar indicated for that. And let's take a look. We have another severe thunderstorm warning down in down south here. This particular one here is for Brooklyn, Arkansas, moving northeast at 25 miles an hour, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, and quarter-size hail. Also radar indicated. That actually expires in 1 minute. So not going to see them continue that from the looks of it. Do see that that storm is pretty much outside of the warned area now, so that's good news. And seeing as how the warning was not extended, that storm has subsided. So, taking a look here, folks, what I was waiting for was about now to see what would happen with our storms as they came to Chicago. Excuse me, we do see a line that has formed over Chicago and down to Joliet and just south of there. That line is continuing to form. However, from the looks of it, it is not severe criteria. Obviously, there's no warnings or anything on it. And even if we look at radar velocity, you're not seeing anything at all either. So, might see a possible slight chance of another tornado warning somewhere in the Midwest, Illinois, Michigan, Indiana, but as the night goes on, but the chances and the probability of that are getting less and less as the hours go on. You can even see these storms here in Michigan have even subsided as well. They're more just rainmakers now. As I mentioned earlier, though, according to the models, though, we do want to just keep an eye on the weather throughout the evening, throughout the rest of the night. We can see here, based on our HRRR forecast, as we push forward and take a look here, we can see this line congealing, those two separate lines, I should say, congealing together and ultimately forming one thick line. So something to keep in mind. As we go through the rest of the night, you are probably going to see a lot more rain. Definitely, some lightning and thunder and so forth. By the looks of it, though, not anticipating any more major severe weather, even tornado warnings or whatnot. So, with that being said, I think we are going to go ahead and sign off at this time. Thank you for those that watched throughout the broadcast. Please be sure to subscribe and like so you get notifications. Turn that notification on. As I mentioned earlier, the plan is to go live anytime we have severe weather outbreaks for the rest of the summer. Doesn't have to be just tornadoes either. All right, we are going to focus in on those severe weather outbreaks as well, as those are just as important when it comes to property and life. So, you all have an amazing night. Stay safe out there, and we'll look forward to seeing you on the next stream. Bye-bye.